Fuck you mean, past broadcast machine? This is the current one. Well, enjoy Clive's handsome visage while I send the link out. And once again, we are back in Final Fantasy XVI now that I've cleared out the final shape. I gotta admit, I enjoyed the story for Final Shape. And the guns, oh man, they're great. But dear God, did I get salty at some of those encounters. Like, sure, some of them did not. Some of them weren't so bad as a different class than the one I was using. But if you're a Titan main, I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. I have evolved or devolved from professional bombing platform main, Warlock, Solar Warlock especially, to Crayon Eater main, and apparently I'm back to being a B-52 bomber platform. Still sending the link out. I'm sorry, it always takes me a hot minute. I am slow and I am bad with tech. Part of the course. Part and parcel of my course. And almost done. Almost done. Ah, right, 2 more. And there we go. Now, onwards. I think I made a wrong turn at Albuquerque with this rift slip. This don't look like any rift I've been in. Also, can we take a moment to appreciate the ambient music here?
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land.
Okay, I will be right back. I had a shot of something to drink and, bad choice right before stream. Okay. Back once more. Onwards with the show.
Painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Aw, you can't pet the dog in here. So, in case you can't tell from the difficulty that shows up in the corner when I boot up some of the menu, this is a new Game Plus run. It's Final Fantasy mode, I mean, come on. Wonder if it'll actually... Okay, that's so stupid. You should not be allowed to fast travel out of here. Anyways. So, I think if I pull up save... Yeah. See how it says Final Fantasy up in the corner there? That means I'm on Final Fantasy mode. Enhanced New Game Plus. I've done this before, but I did it a year ago, quite literally. Because if we pull up the clear data, if we pull up the actual clear data, player save, I beat the game at 10:55 Pacific Daylight Time on 7/3/23. And it wasn't sooner than that because I was taking a break. I would have beaten it by 6:29, 6:28 if I didn't have a habit of taking breaks to avoid burning myself out and burning myself to cinders.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies, and so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin. For the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution. The illness having spread to every organ, there was but one escape from this fate: to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his god awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
Follow we shall. For now.
just look at all this. It really lends that otherworldly feeling of, this was something once. This used to be somewhere, mean something. And the ambient music reflects that. But now, it's just ruins, lost in between, at the edge of life and death, reality itself.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the Blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his God's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. But we're one and the same. Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him.
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all! What?
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's us.
Bow down, offenders, hearts bestained. foul attaint may not be sublimed through game standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition, in fitting season shall we reap our harvest.
Ah, shit. Here comes the big one! God damn, he is just spamming that one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Game, don't slide me in front of shit like that, please.
wasted this chance. And still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Fuck. Double fuck. Come on, hold still for just a second, fuckface. Gotcha, bitch. So in case y'all can't tell, I am out of my stone skins here. It's mostly because that attack comes out faster than I can properly react with, say, Cold Snap. Because I'm still trying to learn the timing for that one. Wait. Okay, I have to figure out what just happened there. Nope. That did not go off, which... Problem is, he did eat all of those. All of my willows, so now I have to play... See, that's the attack I struggle the most to deal with out of his entire freaking moveset. Fuck it, fine! Get by. At this point, I'm just all guns blazing this motherfucker. we go. I'm not gonna go easy on the opening salvo here. That, I just forgot how intense that step was. Also, fucking Christ, that's got to be over 5 mil XP, considered 6 mil XP. Is that what I... It's time. It is time. So if you don't know, I use the unenhanced version of this whenever I'm using a Dancing Steel Zantetsuken build. Because everyone uses it if they're trying to go for all guns blazing for Zantetsuken. It's just kind of how you're going to use it. It's the most efficient way to fill the gauge, and takes out like 99.999% of the risk of using it. I've mentioned it before, but for those who uninformed, I remember seeing a vid a little while back. I don't remember the YouTuber or the channel I saw it on, but they did like top risk for reward moves that just weren't worth the risk, and they put Zantetsuken on it. They legitimately put the FF16 version of Zantetsuken on that list. Damn it. Is it? Sorry, I'm shuffling around my shit for an energy drink that I know I have. There it is. Anyways, the thing is, Zantetsuken is honestly pretty safe, considering it gives you cutscene invuln. And building up to it, once again, you only need one ability and a couple of good whacks. Hell, if you use a lightning rod build, if you use lightning rod for will gauge chip damage, or to create some kind of bug zapper, then honestly, you don't even need a +1 version of this. The lightning rod alone will count as a secondary target for Dancing Steel and Zantetsuken gauge build-up. All in all, it's a pretty safe move. It's really not all that risky. And like with charged magics and charged attacks like Burning Blade, you can actually hold on to it for a little bit while evading through attacks to pop it off as soon as you're through the kill zone. It won't erase any attacks on the field. It'll just give you cutscene invuln.
At last, for countless generations, have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Hoo boy, here comes the mindfuck. It's actually interesting to see this side by side here because dead center, that's Jill on the left as a young teen before everything went to shit. And then on the right, you see Jill as an adult after everything's gone to shit and she became the person she is now. Then you've got Sid-Ulphus Telamon and Midadol Telamon. Much easier to say Sid and Mid. And then if you can't recognize them or haven't played the game, the group on the right is Elwyn before he dies at the beginning of the game, and Joshua from the beginning of the game as a kid.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Notice how Joshua's the only one that didn't move or speak? There's a reason for that. And this is, if you can't figure it out, Ultima trying to mindfuck Clive into submission. But JRPG logic, Final Fantasy logic, those mindfucks never work.
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
Clive! None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
Ready for the plot device that we got all the way around 30 hours ago in the game?
who you are. Clive. Once more, lest you forget. My name is Clive. Clive Rosfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
Yes, he did just throw hellfire at him, by the way. A lesser one, but still a ball of hellfire.
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation. And herefrom does Logos rise.
Now, I'm not in the business of talking over cutscenes, that's why I pause to talk. But in case you haven't watched the VOD archive on YouTube, which should be easy to find, just look for something called FF Mode. Should have a handle like Nero or Daryl attached to it. I don't friggin' remember. Navigating Gmail user tags hard. Anyways. The thing is, all the way back around the very first third of the game, Joshua gives Clive a feather of Phoenix down. Clive keeps it right next to his heart the entire time. And this is where it comes into play. Like, kudos, because he used it to kind of tell if Joshua was still around, and it did light up or warm up when he was near Joshua. You see that a couple of times during some other stretches of the game. But here's where it actually came into play. A safeguard against Ultima. Something that Joshua was attempting to do the whole time. Also interesting is that the power of the Phoenix granted to Clive was the blessing of the Phoenix. It's an ability of the dominance of Phoenix to bestow a portion of their power to their guardians, to their shields, as long as they have a high enough ether tolerance. So, you know, Clive obviously fit that bill. Oh, I did forget a group of my idiots to send this to. 2 groups, in fact.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up. Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again, does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin, does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
And now comes the part of the game where I have to grind, because 1, I will get my shit rocked if I try to do that fight. 2, I've got 2 DLCs that I can now start.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon. Thank you.
Just Dragoon things. No, seriously, that's just Dragoon things. He just used their most famous action, the jump, and then he uses the backflip, which, if you've played Final Fantasy XIV, does not have ledge protection. So, as someone who started a Lancer in that game, I can safely say, always be mindful of where the edge of a battlefield is, because if you don't have walls, you're going to just backflip right off the cliff. And your poor healer is going to lament the fact that you incurred more repair costs and put their res on cooldown. Sorry about that, I needed to get some more to drink. Yelping this much takes a lot of liquid, go figure. Just a yapping Nero. Now, back to... I'm going to have to come back there later. Because now all the hunts in the game are available, and there's some side quests that are going to give some extra stories and lore, and I am going to break your hearts and mine. I shouldn't sound that happy about it, but I'm going to.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine, and I'm going to need Otto's help.
Eh. That's just adding to stage replay. It's always good to tap on it.
It's a dangerous world out there.
Yeah, and I'm fucking dry on all my pots.
Blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Okay, I'm not carrying any valuables. I probably sold them all before Goots. Or I probably sold them all. Okay, but can I reinforce into that? Yes, I can. And honestly, I prefer to reinforce.
Yeah, that should do you.
Here's what I find funny. Sword named Ragnarok. Outpaced by something named Defender. Here it is, guys. This doesn't affect my stats, but I want you to realize that 50% gauge up means I just need to land it once.
Anything else?
Doesn't matter if it's single or multi-target.
First the skies, then the crystal. What next? The advent of great Griga herself.
Hey, don't jinx yourself like that. The gods work in funny ways. I kind of wish this one were spoken in Gav's voice because I can't do it. While the going was slow, and not without the occasional run-in with some straggling orc, I saw I headed back safe to the Shadow Coast where Mid was waiting kindly with the Enterprise. On the voyage home, I like to think the poor lass opened up a little, telling us about her life and the life she wants for her baby, but I suppose it's up to us now to make certain the little one gets it. I can't do Gav's voice. I genuinely can't. It's not a matter of pitch range, it's that my voice is trained for too many other voices. I can even do a very good TFS abridged Krillin if I want to, and I used to be okay at Popo and Guru. The Alucard one is just close to my natural timbre, the one I'm even now actively trying to avoid using.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Now the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the Halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? With it, godless place where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must. Yes. I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks the command, he knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Once again, I appreciate the fact that they added that little memento chest icon to quests that provide you a memento.
What is it this time, Torgal?
If I recall my quests correctly, I know exactly what's going to be part of this one.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where you've got a bunch of side quests. I mean, it's the final stretch. Because look at all these freaking side quests. A couple of them are companion quests, as I recall, because this is the last step before the game ends. After you go to Origin, it's the point of no return. Okay, yep. This one with Joshua is a companion quest.
Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I'm ready to leave when you are.
Okay, that's Dion. That's Cursebreaker. I need to find specifically Jill, because it's Jill, Joshua, and Torgal's that are companion quests. Honestly, it's probably just smarter to... I think it's... No, I think it's trial and error. You're going to see me running back and forth a lot here.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen
Yeah, those are the... Okay, that's mids. Just trying to figure out where the different quests and quest NPCs are is painful. Okay, there's the curse breaker. Okay, you know what? I'll just do the ones I've got right now. Which are going to be speak with Vivian, Cyril, and
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Okay, I think Cyril is... Nope. Crap. Okay, Cyril. Right. For some reason, I was thinking it was a dude in town.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
How long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our show.
I'm going to get the next step of Vivian's quest real quick. I forget if you have to clear some of these out for Jill's or not.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
So the Torgal quest is going to take us to a dock I visited at some point on a past stream and went, that's going to be important later.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
I've been playing so many games that I actually mentally bricked on which way to get to world map. Okay, Dalamel, Port Isolde. Are you ready to have your heart broken, guys?
It's still here. After all these years. Lots smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
Right, because I picked up Joshua's quest, he's tagging along right now.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
So this place, as you can see, is just straight up not... Well, it's marked on the map, yes. But it only exists for this quest.
Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. You all right, boy? I think I know where we're going.
A lot of these quests are just kind of memories, backstory, and kind of just giving you a better feel for the characters and what's going on in their heads. Because they all know the journey's near its end, and they know they won't make it. They might not make it back. So, this is the time for reflection.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly can steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
So that was just me being a klutz and knocking my shit over. Trying to find something. Yeah, it's buried. Ah, shit. And the stuff I knocked over landed on my D&D book. That's great. Okay, time to hope that dries out in time for, well, for D&D. I'm going to mute real quick while I shuffle for it. Okay, there we go. And yes, Cavall as in King Arthur's dog. King Arthur's hunting hound. This is one of the mementos. And I'm not crying, you're crying.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Okay, I just need a couple moments and then I will be back to the game. Alright, we are back in action.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Oof. Alright. My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you.
Inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate. What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these, works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Alright. So my target is Simurg. Might as well pick up the Duty Undying quest while I'm here.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Bit of an ass right now. Sorry, my phone's being a bit of an ass right now against trying to do something I'm attempting to get the damn thing to do. So I'm getting a little annoyed at it. Also, it's doing something absurdly stupid here, so... I reiterate, it is... My phone kind of sucks. It's getting on in years. So sometimes I can't even tell what it's trying to do. It gets really annoying, really fast. Especially when I'm trying to stream or message people. Or do much of anything. So now, my next target...
This new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then?
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
Oops. Okay, so I need to build up Zontet skin, limit break. Really just all my gauges need some building. Alright, hey you. Your new designation is test dummy. And that answers that. This man's about to get dust 514, bro. Damn. His feet were in fact allowed to touch the ground. Get over here! And there we go. A lot more of my gauge back. And now I can Zantetsuken freely. Or semi-freely, I should say. Oh, sugar, honey, ice, and tea. The issue here is I'm basically using the input at the same time every time. And there we go, fully loaded. Alright, so my target is going to be this away.
Joshua.
And there it is. Such a majestic creature.
There it is.
And look at that, it is well within my level range.
The House Rossfield.
Shit. I meant to rift slip there. Here it comes!
Nice try.
Well, I'd love to say something vaguely sympathetic like, this poor creature. I really don't feel bad for it. Okay, it's the shockwave of that attack I have to watch out for. Here it comes. this point, I'm just mashing buttons. Let's see you get back up from this. That's right, you won't. Take a nice long dirt nap, buddy.
Is this the Heartstone? I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain now.
And the Heartstone claimed.
Ah, right. Give me a sec, I need to see if there's any water in my bag. And then disappear real quick.
Yes. This radiant master, like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, sir. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
Alright, I shall be right back.
The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Okay, we're going to visit that memorial after I take this quick little detour to Dravage, because that's annoying me, seeing the, hey, new stuff indicator. Is it an accessory, an orchestrion roll, or something else? I don't know until I go there. Could even be gear, for all I can know.
I have some things for sale.
Yep, there it is. Well, ripped most of my gil.
Farewell, traveler.
Yep. I didn't even see that any of my passes through here. Alright, my destination is over there, which means I'm gonna have to cut through a few dozen targets. There's also something to buy at Martha's Rest, so that's interesting.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Yes, I am skirting all of the enemy engagements. It's very much, I don't want to deal with that, and I don't have time for them.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Yep, the memento is his dad's old helmet. And with this quest, Joshua will now accompany me throughout the entire stretch until Origin. Let's see. Yep. I know exactly which quest this is, and I'm going to deal with that.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
Also, I'm going to visit the shop real quick to see what they've got for sale. Even though I have 0 gil, really? Because in Final Fantasy, if you have below 1 million, you're poor.
Do you see anything you like?
Favor.
An excellent choice. And a fine, fine day to you.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now. He was wearing his uniform.
Your town needs you. I need you.
The Duke would have
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
Your town needs you. I need you. But the Duke would have me clapped in irons.
I'm going to point out those are courtier. That was a courtier. And a male soldier. And it's not like they're very under the table about it, which I can appreciate. Any port in the storm, any relief from the sun, you know?
So you are content to abandon... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends. Someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dane to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Shit. Not what I meant to do. All right. Commence the body piling, guys. Come on. Ah, don't worry. You just made yourself more of a punching bag, buddy. Wasted them like a fat man with a cake.
that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. You all right?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Kriega wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Kriega.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured, the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. While I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
When the fight begins.
So many of them.
Not for long.
Chaos in the wind. Oh, look at that. One survivor because it was on the edge of the damage radius. Oh, sugar, honey, iced tea. Down you go, big man. You've got a face only a mother could love, and she hates it. That means there's a lich here, and that means I really can't afford to fuck around now. Fuck. I'm not gonna get Dancing Steel off in time. Cutscene invuln. All right. Don't worry, he's about to get doubles on Tetsuken. Rule number 2, the double tap.
That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls at the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The Dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
I appreciate the little fast travel teleports they added.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief, shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
And there we go, level up. A little more health, a little more attack and defense. Trust me, it goes a long way in this game. You're going to want those numbers as big as you can. Also, that orichalcum is something I need to craft my gear. Far-famed house of ill repute. Now I just need to do a quick little check around here. Swear I just saw an indicator of blocked off entry point. Could just have been my eyes playing tricks on me though. Yeah, it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. So now, we're going to, let's see, I know which one is going to be Dalimil. Both of these side quests take me to, yeah, I'm actually going to return to the hideaway real quick. New missive. I think it's this one.
Cid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Cid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Okay, that is not the side quest I thought it was. So it's probably
Northreach.
That one.
I suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Okay, so there's new hunts. Let's see. Ah yes, Knight of the Splendid Heart, the Grim Reaper. I already know what's going to be there. I'm going to put that thing to the sword myself. I know vaguely where that target is. We're going to do everyone's favorite activity, yes,
Welcome
I mean,
to the Patron's Whisper.
body a
Come to
dragoon.
claim your just desserts. You earned this.
And that's the last
Best of luck out there, Sid.
set of rep rewards.
There's something about it.
Yep.
I feel like...
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When Ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception. That we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
This one's important. Okay, let's see. Balmung Dark, Garnick and Mickelberg. At this point, I might as well just take on all the quests and figure it out. I should have done that in the first place. To be utterly honest. Because as you clear out these side quests, you also gain access to new hunts and targets.
What do you think happened to Miss Midadol?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes, but that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Midadol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning. If you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the Cursebreakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the Cursebreakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Okay. So there's 2 more side quests to pick up here.
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied, but then again...
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Okay, I'll be right back.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, Please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vie de Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Do you suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat?
What else could it be?
So there's a new mother. Fussing over it won't see the hens fed.
Alright. So, Litany is the one I was thinking of that's extremely dark. Right, I need to talk there. There's probably going to be new quests there, and that one has to be taken up as well.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza. Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, I need to check something real quick. Sorry. It was nothing, it was just my thing being a dickhead.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dhalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No. Thank you, Clive.
Alright. That's all the ones I can pick up here. But there is something I need to do. First off, well, now I have most of them at least, which is nice. So let's see, if I recall correctly, use the forge.
Sancfordian, do you?
Oh? Oh, that's going to cost a lot of a resource I have next to none of.
Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself.
And still worse than what I've got equipped. So that was a waste of resources. This, I might not use it right now, but who knows? Might wind up using it later.
Work, but it'll do.
Sorry I'm taking so long, I'm just doing something real quick. And then it's back to the show. Alright. Oh. Wait, can I not upgrade Caval's thing? Caval. Okay. Oh. Well, good to know those even exist. Breath. Well, that's totally fair and balanced. Trust me, that's going to be really useful for my build. Not interested in those. Ah, Caval's Bite. So I need one more of the +1. Oh, wait. Duh. Okay, so there's no further enhanced version of it.
Fine.
The Alliant reports are going to tell me, hey, there's a bunch of quests to take here. Those are going to be for some of the side quests I'm on. So I'm going to prioritize the ones in this area first. That way I can wrap them up, take them all home. I just need to remember the landscape here. Yep, that is not the way. That is far from the way. Alright, if I recall correctly, this one's the village. Damn, I missed. Oh, that's a new one. Joshua, it's just a spider. There's no reason... Okay, you know what? Never mind. It's a spider. It's a spider mutated by a bullshit amount of magic flowing through it. There's every reason to try to torch that thing off the planet. I was going to say there's no reason, then I remembered it just how big and bad these guys actually are.
Might this be Nickelberg?
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
I'm actually going to do some quick exploring here, because I don't remember if I checked this place out or not. And wait, is this... Yes, okay. Sorry, half the time I forget to turn my mic back on after using it, so I'm like, is this thing on? Did I forget again? Because, I mean, I'd lose my head if it weren't attached to me. Ha. If I were a full-time streamer, that wouldn't be the case, but that would be because I'd be making a living off it. It's amazing how much more organized you get when you're paid to be organized. Bjorn Heart of the Vestermark. My.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
You said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I too swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... it is different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe that they might achieve their dream, that they might do their duty to their lord, even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here. An ether flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
Trust me, I'm getting into position. Position assumed. Commencing eradication.
What now? We meet again.
I just love the sheer level of...
I've killed your kind before.
I just love how Clive is basically... Do I look like I have time for you? I keep mistiming my dodges here. Down you go, you giant freaking popsicle. Wow, this popsicle's in for a really bad time. Notice that it got off to disengage right as I landed Dancing Steel. I jumped right into that. Okay, wait for it. Come on. That was the attack I was trying to goad out. It's extremely easy to evade the sweep. Oops. Didn't mean to... Luckily for it, it's just out of range of the lightning rod. Yep, here it comes. Here it comes again. Are you familiar with the term bend over, here it comes again? Yeah, that's exactly how that feels. That was 100% on me. And stay down, big man.
Damn it! Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did, when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashyyyk in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
Oh, it teleported me into Tabor. Shit.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came. And their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
At least the XP is upscaled for later playthroughs. Because I can assure you, you did not get this much XP from this, the first run, nor that much AP. Although, to be fair, I won't need that AP until after I finish the DLC stuff. Like, I legitimately have no use for it right now until I get far enough through the DLC to get the abilities from one of them. Oh well. Just means I'm going to be able to probably master a tree or two by the time it's over. Just give me a sec. Doing some things here real quick. And now I've got a target there, a quest to pick up there. I need to return to Ash. The Ravenwood, the one that takes me to Ravenwood will unlock a behemoth hunt. I forget if it's a Kashyyyk or not, or if it's a King Behemoth class, but it's a behemoth. It's gonna be a bastard. Actually, I think the final step of it is to kill the behemoth in there, so.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry.
Also need to hope I step on a potion somewhere around. Shit. Keep in mind that the post-lunge magic burst, if you can time it, has the launching power of a combo finisher. A fourth hit magic burst. Man, that guy got fucking maimed. Now then, my target here is going to be to my right. Which also means I need to be prepared to get surprised by a lich or some random bullshit. Shit. I need to stop this thing from exploding, which means I need to outdamage its ability to survive. And I missed. Luckily, if I'm already targeting one of those fuckers.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with the Kashyyyk. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Man, that guy ain't winning no Employee of the Year award.
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Right, Kuza Beast. It's either a Curl retrain or a Behemoth retrain. I forget which. What I do know, what I do remember, is it was a bastard to deal with. I don't know why, but I find the punishes in this game to just be one of the most gratifying things to land. To be fair, it's probably because it's labeled punish.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. What happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
God. Yeah, this entire chain is just extremely fucking dark.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
If you couldn't skim or read quickly enough,
Down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
if you couldn't read it quickly enough, that entire bit was just them saying, hey, so we realized this thing killed and ate any bears that were training with it. So we're just going to feed it bears from now on, because they might be its preferred food source. So, you know, if they're out, if they run their work, if they're no longer of use to us, feed them to it. Which, again, absolutely fucked up. Now then, if I recall correctly, I have to find a key to get through this door here. Nope. I did not. Okay. Ah, well. Let's see. Self-water, resources. Oh, look at that. A small group of idiots to body. It's like you fools are in slow motion.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Now, luckily, targets wiped out from an area for a quest step like this don't respawn. Could you imagine if they did, how annoying it would be? Like, cool, you took too long because you're busy trying to make sure there's nothing left unpilfered. Too bad, so sad.
Let's see what we can find down here.
And this is where it's going to get messy. I need just a moment. Also, I need to crack something open to drink real quick. I love nitro sodas, but I hate that they're the Ford Exploder of drinks. Really annoying to deal with. Because I can never get it just right when it comes to trying to crack them open. Trust me, there's a reason why I seem so...
Survivor. She sounds close.
Well, there's the survivor. There's probably a potion or some shit. Nope. Anyways, as I was saying, the reason why is you can see it in kind of how stiffly I play anything. If you've watched my streams, you'll probably notice here and there I'm a little stiff or hesitant. Yeah, no. Nerves in my hands are all fucked up. My reflexes are slow. And actually all of my joints are pretty swollen. Which is actually really frustrating trying to play games like this. Because, you know, swollen joints, slowed reflexes. It's an unfortunate fact for me that
There's no need to be afraid.
It's a mix of genetic issues and some other bad luck. But hey, I'll never confess to being pro. Just some idiot with a passion for the games he plays on stream.
Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards, they're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Jadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
And here comes a really big target. Like, if I recall correctly, the Kuza Beast has a behemoth skeleton and similar moveset, which is part of why I actually feel genuinely threatened by them. And so, I just need a moment. And now, we return to your regularly scheduled beatdown.
We have to run.
It's out there waiting for me.
See?
I can't let it live. None of it's got a taste for bearers.
That thing has a behemoth skeleton. And if I recall correctly, it's counted as a hunt target. Yep, rank A hunt target. 45k gil, 35 reputation.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
I love the sounds of my enemies going right the fuck down. I just want you to take a minute to look at this shit, bro. That's on me. I got cocky. Alright, big man. How well do you die? Probably hit it by just barely the little toe. Come on, big man. Come and get some, lad. He's going to drop those comments on all of us, too. One more deadly takedown. Because it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show. 3 to get ready and let it blow. He's dead, I'm live, I'm the winner here.
Finally.
Cid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Getting closer to the ability to take on the end. And with that, I now have access to making Breath of Darkness +1. And since it delivered me back to the hideaway, that means I can now view the hunt. Yeah, let's see. Kuza Beast, Grim Reaper, Masterless Marauder. Yeah, that's going to be the Behemoth S ranker. Let's see, yeah. Captured such a beast, long since ceased. I forget where that fucker spawns, but I know it's going to be tough because it's a King Behemoth. And there's a lot of difficult targets here. So, let's see. Okay, make for Garnick. One last trip to Ash for now. Oh, well. There it is. Right the fuck there. Aye, fuckface, you're in the way. I am about to find out if he is a, bit more than...
Another of your list guard dogs. Quite a specimen it is too. Nice try.
I know that sound effect anywhere! Alright, big man! Down you fucking go! From Barney with love, bitch. Keep in mind, that's nearly 200,000 stagger damage. Down you go, big man! I ain't done with you yet. Hey, that was awesome. Want to see me do it again? He lunged right into that icicle, by the way. Why are you hitting yourself? Ah, good to know. This is a stagger-proof attack of his. Also, I do not want to be there in that moment. See, that's what's stupid. Some of these attacks are what are considered stagger-proof. Because honestly, that has no right to be. If I can stagger him out of it, if I can break his will gauge enough to push him out of it, I have every right to push him the fuck out of it. That's how I see a lot of those kinds of attacks. Like, a boss should not have super armor, or at least hyper armor, I should say. Like, cool, you're doing your huge wind-up fuck-off attack. Here, let me show you something. It's called die. There is no please here. Do me a favor, please. Stay down this time. I said stay down this time, did I not?
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Okay. Yeah, no, he was... There honestly was no path that would not lead me on some kind of collision course with him or a bunch of other enemies. And I can assure you, there's about to be a bunch of other enemies.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
First off, I'm going to pick up whatever's on the floor here, because it's either going to be Gil or a potion. Second off, I'm going to remember this little crap shack is going to have a horde and a boss. Okay, I know I saw the glisten of... There it is. Always keep an eye out for random shit on the floor. Force of habit to just gather whatever potions I spot by now, because I've gotten fucked too many times. And there's the chest. Hey, a high potion! I'm going to need it.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
Aether Fotida, Tail of Wyvern, White Flower, Black Root, Inky Gall.
His interests were certainly varied.
Follow the bearers
This is it.
from a distance. For Glorious Fabulary. About the Moogle.
But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
And here comes company. I'm about to count out.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
And we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. goofy ass motherfuckers. And only one of them actually gives me any kind of... And only one of them do I feel any kind of threatened by, and it's this one! So let's take him out of the fight right now, shall we? Cutscene invuln. Oh, how unfortunate for you. I've got you in my sights. I know you can't see shit through all of this. All you need to understand is there's about to be a lot of dying here real shortly.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait! Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about. Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the Bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the Hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
A new quest is available nearby, huh? And another hunt is on the board. Because this entire last step of the game is finding hunts. Okay, so there's a white around there. And that's disconcerting. Lich and white class enemies are genuinely one of the things I hate the most in this game. Because of their ability to just kind of do what they want when they want. Even though you're mid-combo, they're mid-hit stun. They can just teleport out of it and go, fuck off. Ah, there it is.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Because if I recall correctly, there is a small quest chain at the end here. Fine Hound.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
And now I need to open my journal. Okay, trial and error, aiming high, priceless. Okay, so I'm actually going to just run through the other two real quick, because I've still got a lot of quests to do here. Like, I need to do whatever it is over in Bulklad. As well as trial and error. Let's see, what I'm looking for should be in one of these storehouses. God damn it. Okay, there's one. The other one should be...
After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Yep, right here.
This should be enough.
There's those. Now then to Karava, which takes me by the Dravozd. Now then, let's see, my target is right there, yep. Sorry, pal, but...
Here we are again. Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
I love how he's always talking to his fucking dog. Alright, it should be...
It looks like we found him.
And there we go. Cutscene. You'll notice that time slows when using that. So let's give him a present. And that's also why I do not like dealing with these guys. Let's see how much of your will gauge I can eat here. Yes, I was, in fact, holding on to the zapper part of the bug zapper combo just for this moment. It just died to magic.
I better get these materials to Min so she can finish her prototype.
One of the things that makes me slightly salty is that magic does basically fuck all in this game.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Also, I will be right back. Enjoy the cutscene and the bonding.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Okay, and back. Now the trial and error one, that one's kind of interesting.
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied. Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place. Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Honestly, I think that's going to be it for the stream here. I've been live for 4 hours, and that's usually about where I start to taper off. Also, it's about to get a lot more chaotic after this last group of side quests, so it's probably for the best. Stay tuned, I'll be back at this next week. Thank you for watching. Hope you all have a good one.